U heeft daar een klein stukje van gehoord op het filmpje. Op dit middelste altaar ziet u deze vrouwelijke gelaat. En haar naam is H.W., een van haar namen, maar haar naam is ook H.W. En H.W. betekent de liefdesenergie van God. Door de liefde komen we tot God. En de liefde wordt altijd uitgelegd door een vrouwelijke gelaat. En zij vertegenwoordigt eigenlijk het vrouwelijke aspect van God. Daarnaast staat Krishna, die allerhoogste persoonlijkheid Gods. Krishna is de tweede naam van het gebed. En de naam Krishna betekent de alaantrekkelijke. Want God is in het hart van elk levend wezen. Wordt eigenlijk automatisch aangetrokken tot God. Op dit altaar staat een hele bijzondere vorm van Krishna door Jagannath, Balaram en hun zuster Subhadra. Een andere naam voor Balaram is Rama. En Rama betekent die bron van alle vreugde. Als we dit gebed dus opzeggen, kunnen we eigenlijk heel gemakkelijk contact maken met God. Want God is niet verschillend van zijn naam. De vormen op het altaar zijn geen poppen, maar worden deities genoemd. En de deities worden 2 keer per dag omgekleed. Als u vanavond zou terugkomen om 7:30, dan gaan de gordijnen dicht. De priesters komen op het altaar en zij gaan de deitische dagkostuum uitdoen en ze gaan ze aankleden voor de nacht. En dan gaan vanavond om 9 uur de gordijnen nog even open. En dan kunnen we de deities dus nog eens op nachtkostuum zien, voordat de tempelkamer s'avonds om 9:30 gaat sluiten. We staan 's morgens om 3:30 op en we gaan om 4:30 naar de tempelkamer, want dan begint voor ons ochtendprogramma. Dat is dus vroeg 's morgens. Dat ochtendprogramma duurt eerst van 4:30 tot 4:15. We zingen voor Krishna en we zeggen allerlei gebeden op. Daar beginnen we de dag eigenlijk mee. Van 4:15 tot 6:15 gaan de gordijnen dicht. De priesters komen op het altaar en zij gaan de deitische nachtkostuum uitdoen en ze gaan ze aankleden voor de dag. En dan kunnen zij ongeveer zo mooi uitzien als vandaag. Ondertussen, het zijn we al daar bezig zijn, daar duurt 2 uur, dan hebben wij ondertussen allemaal de tijd om onze gebeden te doen. U ziet me hier rondlopen met zo'n zakje en misschien hebt u gedacht dat er ze gaan alleen zitten. In dat zakje steekt eigenlijk een lange keten, dat is mijn rozenkrans. Dit noemen we Japa, maar het heeft 108 kralen. De christelijke traditie hebben ook een rozenkrans, en dat zijn 53 kralen, maar wij hebben er 108 en waarom? We hebben namelijk 108 heilige boeken. En voor elk boek heb ik dan een kraal op een Japa. Op elke kraal weet ik dan deze hele mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. En dan gaan we naar de volgende kraal en doen we eigenlijk precies hetzelfde. 108. Elke toegewijde die zijn geloof heeft afgelegd, bidt elke dag minimaal 16 keer deze gebeden. En daar doen we ongeveer 2 uur over. Nu begrijp je ook niet dat we zo vroeg opstaan. Want zodra we zijn gewassen en aangekleed, beginnen wij dan met het bidden van de rozenkrans. En van 4:15 tot 7:15 gaan we rustig kijken. Aan de buitenkant gaat nog zo'n ketentje. En daar steken wij de toegewijde 16 kralen aan. Dat we zien al. Deze houden alle en dan is een hele ketting schuiven dus een kraaltje op. En blijven dan op die dingen hier en daar. Aan het einde van de ochtend kan je zien dat het samen wordt gebleven. Hoeveel rozen je hebt. Dit zijn 60 kralen. Dus ja, 30 kralen. Echt waar. Om 7:15 gaan we dan weer naar de kunnen zo doen. De deken zijn we gaan weer zien, we zijn weer gebeten. En we lezen dan ook uit die 1000 jaar oude Vedische geschriften. Om 9 uur gaan we met z'n allen ontbijten. En na het ontbijt gaat de eerste wezen houden met zijn taak. En jullie zagen het filmpje, maar ik weet wat we ook doen, ze zegt maar waarom? Nee, we maken die bijvoorbeeld ook deze mooie kostuums. De dates hebben op dit moment 146 zo nog voor Krishna op het altaar van Krishna in ons hart. God is ook hier en ons lichaam is een tempel van God. Ja. En als we dat beseffen, dan weten we dat hij ook in het hart is. Ja. Dus als we zijn naam uitspreken, kunnen we eigenlijk direct contact met God. Ja. Ja. Dus daarom zien we dat. Ja. Ik zal ook nog iets vertellen van Srila Prabhupada. En dan mag ik straks ook. Ja, gaan we even daar kijken. Srila Prabhupada was degene die op 70-jarige leeftijd vanuit dat warme India naar het koude Amerika ging. Hij was toen al 70, maar hij had een instructie al gekregen toen hij 22 was. Want toen was hij pas getrouwd en zijn vrouw van die tijd, die was in verwachting van het eerste kindje. Dus er was geen sprake van dat hij weg kon gaan. Hij heeft al die jaren gepredikt, maar hij is ook al begonnen met het vertalen van boeken. En op 70-jarige leeftijd had hij van een weduwvrouw die een paar vrachtschepen had een gratis ticket gehad op een van de vrachtschepen die hij moest. U heeft daar een klein stukje van gezien op het filmpje. Maar wat u niet gezien hebt, aan boord van dat schip was uw vrouw 2 keer een water. Want hij was tenslotte ook al 7. Het was een vrachtschip, dus niet echt berekend als je zoiets neemt. Maar hij had zoveel vertrouwen in zijn goddelijke missie, dat hij daarna nog 11 jaar heeft geleefd, maar Srila Prabhupada is 81 jaar geworden. In die 11 jaar tijd heeft hij dan 12 keer de hele wereld rondgereisd. Duizenden toegewijden, ingewijd, opgeleid, persoonlijk ook begeleid. Helemaal heeft 108 tempels en leefgemeenschappen gesticht. En dat zijn er thans 664. En daar zoek ik er maar één van, dat is Radhadesh. En Srila Prabhupada heeft ook 80 van zulke dikke boeken aan de wereld nagelaten. En die boeken zijn thans vertaald in meer dan 100 talen. We zijn er ontzettend dankbaar. En in 1996 hebben we voor deze zetel gebouwd. Want dat was het jaar dat Srila Prabhupada eigenlijk 100 jaar zou zijn geworden. En naar aanleiding daarvan hebben we deze zetel aangebracht. Hij zit hier ook recht en overstaan van het altaar, omdat zijn woorden en daden waren volledig in dienst van God. Ja. Vind je het mooi? Ik vind het heel mooi. Ja, ik zou eens vertellen wat dat betekent. Als we het altaar bijvoorbeeld mooi vinden. Dan betekent God zegt, die mens is niet jaloers. Daar is in zijn hart geen ontzien, absoluut niet. Ja, als je een cadeautje vindt, als je wil mag het wel. Ja, je mag alleen voor het altaar niet poseren, maar dan is waarschijnlijk nee, wil je dat hier doen? En ik wil een foto van u maken. Dat is misschien wel een zon. Voor de zon. Ja, dat is wel een hè? U zei net, dat zit mijn man dit sinds een maand. Wat hij geschreven is. Hij had met een afvallisme. Dat is weer het is verwaard en achterlijk gemaakt van mijn man. Die is voor de laatste achterlijk. Ja. Ja, en toen zagen ze dus dat tussen 2019 en nu, zeg maar, die had ik alvast aan het gevakt heeft gehad. Die stemvraag ook heeft er nog niet gekregen. We zijn al niet verbindingen, zoals ze nu kan gaan, maar die is uitgezet. Er zit een analyse bij, en die kunde die is het vorig jaar. Ik had niks over iemand. En dan is het niet aangekomen. Dus wij zijn, maar ik, ja, het was al aan, maar ik ben ook al in de hand. Dus, ja, gestopt. Ja, dat is het laatste stuk. Ja, ja, dus, ja, dus, volgens mij dat mijn man zal zeggen, emotioneel heel veel, ja, maar dan, hij hoopt dan niet, dat betekent dat we altijd ja. Ja, echt wel. Ja, ik doe als ik emoties van hebben. Ja, en ja, het is toch, ja, het is heel mooi. Heel bijzonder. Ja. En het moet ons ook denken aan de tijd van de ouders. En dat moet er nog leven. En dat moet er nog leven. En onze mooie reizen in wat dat is. Ja. We moeten er even andersom hebben. Ja, dat is prima. Want jullie allebei aan de kant gaan.
Oh, dat is misschien ook, dat is misschien wel.
Ja? Ja. Nou, dat gaat helemaal leuk worden. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Ik maak er altijd 3.
Ja, dat is nog eventjes zo.
Is dat goed? Ja.
Even zo.
En dan zoek je maar de best. Helemaal fijn. En hier zit hij dan.
Ja.
Ja. Heel goed. Dat klikt.
Ja.
Oh, die zijn heel goed.
Die was zo jullie. Ja?
Ja,
Ik heb
heel
volgens mij 3.
Heel goed.
Ook 2. Nou zo.
Helemaal prima.
Ja?
Helemaal goed. Dank je
Dat is
wel.
vast wel een mooie vraag.
Zeker weten.
Dan gaan we eruit en dan gaan we naar boven. Ja. Ja. Kom maar hoor.
Heel bijzonder. Heel bijzonder mens. Ook de stichting van.
Ja, zeker.
And they just the whole thing, they should do also the red, that's not. Yeah, we put so we can put the some here maybe. Just some. Can you push it? Yeah. That's also actually a good idea to put it like this and then next to her. I think it also two of them. I don't know, we can see what this. Yeah. But then it's, I don't know, maybe it's too high. So first I will get on the chair. It's better to have it all like this instead of. Just go, maybe this one can go here, for the one who's sitting maybe. is te hoog, dat staat helemaal raar. Gaat het nog dit zo? Is het een beetje te hoog ook? Nee, we moeten nog decoreren, hè. We moeten nog een bloemenkrans erbij doen. Nog komen. Ik weet niet, je moet het nog een beetje netter maken alles. Dat is nog even een beetje. Het is haar eigen stijl, hè? Dat is haar stijl.
Ja, dat
was het.
altijd.
Ja. Dus we moeten even kijken zo, dat ik met andere malletjes even vragen. En of we wel dit gaan gebruiken of niet, zag ik even. Dat is normaal voor tools. Like this. What do you think? This one, you know, it was a little bit high. The other one, it was too high. You know. This is. But now we have to a little bit make it better, and then with the garden and everything. Yeah. But I think it's better low than high. This all this thing, eh? Yeah. Because it's, you know, then you see nothing. Then it's better. This one's. Beautiful flowers are this. Yeah, so we can either, you know, we have to see how the garden first is, and after the garden set, then we can. Shall we put a little bit more close here, maybe, or more close? Think, huh? Better, huh? Because otherwise, here is the screen, and otherwise, you know. So it's more. And then you see that there is this, and then this. It's okay like that. But let's see with the eyes. See her. Let's see. Yes. Yeah. And very side
ietsje rechter trekken. Nog goed. Aan de zijkant een beetje aan. Misschien kan je nog zo. Waar zal ik wat iets aan maar gaan zien?
We kunnen ook zeg maar gewoon zo weten. Dat kan ook echt beter, ja, dat we die kan dan wel daar voor de stoelen staan. Ja, dat gaat goed zijn, ja. Dat is een goed idee.
Ja, de garden doet
Wil je dat we ze hier, dat we Bartjesjournaal van hier doen, want het is dan beter.
Ja, ja, dat is een goed idee. Alleen, ja, dat is altijd het probleem. Om hoe lang te bouwen, weet je. Want
We hebben net ook een beetje problemen gehad, maar dat gaat wel. Ik was ook heel erg koud. This is fun.
yes, yes.
That's what maybe you know how to break it better, so you can look it's
Okay.
deze moet
Understand? Maybe we can do it a bit more like this. A little bit more straight here.
Yeah, more straight.
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe we can get some more wildflowers.
So here is
some
not
contrast.
it's not
Stable.
so here that's okay. It's nice.
As we
Ja,
start.
dat is quite, ja, ik denk dat
Maar weg.
die doek nog dus boven staan, maar dat niet heel valt. Het is heel erg fragiel.
Dat is kijken. En als je dan zo doet.
Zo, zo.
Nee, nee, aan die andere doen.
Deze kant.
Ja.
Maar die gaat niet. Het is echt een beetje.
Oh ja.
Ik weet het niet.
Misschien kunnen we wat achter.
Anders.
Als we gewoon fijn. Ja, dan zie je dan een vaasje of een. Misschien ja, dat is een misschien een vaasje uit beneden uit de.
Ja, en als je dat natuurlijk zo doet,
En dat is wel.
of daar staat een plantje achter, maar dat is een beetje raar, als er zo'n plantje achter zit.
Oh.
Dit is wel een klein plantje, dus het is wel heel stevig. Die zou want die hebben ze toch weggezet. Als het een beetje als India blijft achter. Kijk.
Oh ja.
Of niet? Of niet? Ik weet niet. Kijk maar of het iets van is. Het is een heel mooie foto.
Ja.
Kijk, en dan moet je deze wel misschien wegzetten. Dat hij niet altijd heeft
Dan
gezien.
kunnen we misschien malen aan die plant vastmaken. Of zo.
Dat is ook niet één probleem.
Of heb je plakband ergens?
Die plakband kan het ook. Want ik heb het gevoel dat dit echt gaat vallen. Want je anders zal het eventjes over nadenken hoe de hoek ervoor of zo.
Hoe zwaar is het?
Kan je.
Nee, dit is zwaar. Hè?
Ja, dit is oké.
Ja. Dus als je.
You're 1 hour.
Waar is dat ding? Waar is dat ding? Waar is dat ding?
Dat dingetje heb ik hier gelaten, maar dat is
Hoe is dat ding? Nee, ik heb het gedaan. Ik dacht wat van die witte rozen om een beetje contrast.
Ja, dat zou mooi zijn.
Ja.
Want ik heb die gele meegenomen en zo, maar dat was een beetje te weinig. Dus
Oh, kunnen we even nog vertrekken? Ik zal even wat van die witte.
dan gaat er nog kan ik haar nog wel vragen. Ik wil wel meer gaan houden als ik kan. Maar ja, dat is wat wil.
Ja, dat is mooi. Ja.
En dan deze gaat hier. Deze. Ja. Zo. Meer naar voren, wat bedoel je? Nog meer naar voren. Twee borst.
Ja, dat is mooi.
Dat is mooi als we het zo doen.
Ja, prima. Prima. Ik ga nog wat van die witte pioenen halen.
Witte pioen.
Ja.
En dan.
Daar zijn de foto's.
Why you should speak Dutch?
Oh, nee.
Yeah.
You have more petals. Forgiving. Maar dat is.
Is dat genoeg?
Nou, ik denk niet dat dat genoeg is. Maar altijd moet iedereen zo een beetje nemen.
Nee, ik kan nog wel wat halen.
Ja?
Wacht, ik doe dat gewoon hier.
Ja, wat je kan gewoon zeg maar een stuk of 10 rozen nog halen van deze lekker ruikende roos.
Ja,
Als het te ver is.
die roze.
Deze
Ja.
kan brengen.
You can bring more of this.
Makkelijk.
Maar dat kan ik wel doen. Ik haal het wel hierin.
Ja.
Keep it here.
Het is.
Heeft u een ander mandje?
We hebben een mandje beneden.
In de
kamer.
kamer, oké.
Misschien kan hij helpen met een tafeltje even op te zetten.
Welk
Ik wil
tafeltje?
zo'n drink gaan maken. Zo.
Welk tafeltje?
Maar jij wou een tafeltje even hier zo waar de voetjes op kan zetten.
Ja. Waar heb ik het tafeltje doen?
Hier is het tafeltje. Waar is het? Oh, hier is het. De tafel is er.
Ja, ja, ja.
Ga even wat bloemen halen.
Ja, ja, ja.
Zodat we bij de situatie?
En dan is het dus would like to do that?
What in the,
Say I should. So she did. She put everything away.
yes.
But of course we need also.
But she turned them around so that
She
completely
turns
flat.
it like this, and it's all on the same, somewhere on the same. So
Yeah.
she always did that. It was her.
She,
Oh, yeah.
at home,
Yeah,
on
yeah,
my,
You want to do it?
yeah.
We can do it together. It's, the table is up already?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
my tea towels and towels, she makes them all my cupboards like that. Perfect.
Yeah, so that we heard from her.
Yeah.
These are things which some devotees they do as a service, and they say, oh yeah, just like I know I did and this.
Because it just makes everything look so nice.
Yeah, and it's better when the visitors are coming.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Great job. Huh? You're doing very nice job. So these can stay here.
You see, I found this yesterday, and she liked it very much hours.
Oh,
Oh, I forgot actually something at home. I have to go back to see where's my because I want to put a few pictures of her still there. I don't know if it's necessary. It was brought up anyway already. To go to the theater. Let's see, because otherwise it looks not really. Yeah, I think it's
that's quite nice.
yeah.
Very nice.
So put a little, I will put a little bit here. Yes, okay. This goes okay. We should put the big bag lower. The big bag a little bit lower, isn't it here better? Because it's quite better maybe.
Yes,
And isn't it then like just a little bit more?
yes.
I have your document,
Oh,
I bring it
a
over.
little bit more on this slide.
Oh, that's nice with the flowers, that's awesome. Beautiful garland too.
Yeah,
Is it roses from the garden?
Yeah.
Amazing. Those are her beads?
Yes, not her beads now,
Those are her, that's her bead bag too? It's amazing that you got it. It's wonderful. Is it gonna be flowers the same like
She
this?
also gets, you see the same.
Yes,
She had darker size and lighter size.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
But she used to wear the ones with the green bands on, and then she started to wear the ones with like the gold bands on.
Yeah, so I think this is her older one
Yeah, yeah.
because I saw a
Yeah.
hole already in it,
Yes,
so I
yes.
think
Yes,
this is more.
yes.
It's okay, it's okay, it's
Strange
I don't know if it's streaming directly, but Nimai said he's going to film it and put it on YouTube.
Okay.
And then we can always have access to it, you know. And then we'll pull that down, right? And then he's going to bring the projector and.
Okay, that's good. Because that's why I was thinking more on this side, and there's a place there to sit, and then
No, this is fine. We'll just sit around like that.
because otherwise it was so far, you know, from Brasma.
Where did you put it?
No, normally the chair is
Yeah,
there.
this is fine. And I said you want the church one today.
Yeah, that's I asked the Saraswati because they're gods.
Yeah. Where's Saraswati right now?
And the drink, what we are doing.
Huh?
What we doing for the drink.
Oh yeah, there you go. Go check that out.
Yeah. So it can also be a tea.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it, to be honest, but it should be covered. I'll go
And
check.
somebody, should we have some water for the one who?
That would be nice to have some water.
I take some drink from down, from the water or from the.
Well, if you do the Maha water, sip it out a little bit because the leaves might be bothersome. And then we have actually I have some special things at home. It's like paper, like glass things to hold. It looks nice. I'll go get them in a minute. Okay?
Yes.
Well, Nikunja Vasili dressed today.
Yeah.
Doing okay, Juliet?
Yes, yeah.
Did you get breakfast and lunch and everything
Yes,
okay?
thank you. Yes, I had some nice mango lassi in the restaurant.
So some lassi?
Yeah, in the restaurant, yes.
Uh-huh.
It's nice.
Okay, so you're being nicely taken care of?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're having a memorial service for this lady today. She passed away a few weeks ago. This is her sister. We're starting at 5:30?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. So this is our altar. It was put here in 1986. Before the temple room was upstairs in a much smaller room. It was probably an eighth of the size of this room. It was really small. And they were getting a lot of visitors and a lot more devotees here, so they realized that they needed to expand. So they made this room. This is actually two rooms. Where I'm standing is where the wall was. So they put a girder in here to hold up the ceiling and knocked out the wall. In the center, this is Krishna again with the peacock feather and flute. On the right hand side of him is Radharani or Hare. So this is Hare Krishna. Some people think Hare Krishna is a fat guy with a cigar. This is Hare Krishna. These deities were made in Jaipur, which is in northwest of India. Very nice place. They're famous there for their deity production. They make very nice deities. On the right hand side, this is Jagannath deities. This is also a form of the black deity is also a form of Krishna.
Oh, this is a good chair.
And then
Comfy.
the yellow deity is his sister, and the white deity is his brother. So Krishna also has.
Do you have your speech ready? Do you have your?
They have a big festival every year for these deities. We also do the same thing, but not very much time to scale. These are from northeast India on the coast by the sea, and they take the deities out of the temple and put them on one cart each. So they have three big carts. So they put each deity on a cart, and they pull the deities through the city centre, through out into the countryside. There's about 3-4 million people go to that festival. It's a big festival. I'd love to go, but it's in June, which is very hot. Big crowds as well, so it's not really my thing. Anyway, it's a very nice festival. Takes 9 days, the whole thing. Yeah, it's a big deal. They close the city down for it. So here on the left-hand side, this is Chaitanya and Nityananda. They were in India 500 years ago. That golden book upstairs, that's about them, basically. So they traveled around India, chanting Hare Krishna, having festivals. So we like to have festivals a lot. What we do is we engage our senses in spiritual life, which is a lot easier than negating the senses. So it's the same thing of meditating on nothing. So meditating on nothing is very difficult. And also taking the senses in so you don't eat so much, you don't drink so much, you have a very restricted lifestyle. So what we do is we try and engage our senses. So we have this is a beautiful altar. So we have beautiful things to look at. We have beautiful things to listen to. We have very nice music here. We have beautiful food to eat. And a little lunch every side. So I've been in the devotee since '91. This isn't back for 33 years of good food. Anyway, so we try and engage our senses in
I'll
spiritual
send you
life.
a picture of
And
your
now we
daughter
become
making the
purified and go
gardens.
to the spiritual world. So that's the idea.
They have one.
The deities clothes are changed twice a day. They have about 100 clothes for morning and for evening.
Yep.
They take like it takes between 1 and 2 hours to change the clothes. And there's one priest per set of deities to address in the morning. So there's 5 people on the altar in the morning.
So if prayer is at 4:30 in the morning, they have to get up at 3?
Yes, something like that. Yes, something like that. Yes.
That's nice.
That's
Nice,
very
nice. Yes, very nice.
I used to do that, but I don't do it anymore. Yeah, it's too early. Yeah, I have problems with my health. My sleep patterns are a bit messed up, so I can't get up that early anymore.
Okay.
Anyway, that's like you have to adjust things according to your health.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you do it.
So they have 7 artis every day where they ring a bell and offer incense and ghee lamp and flowers and things like that. They offer food 7 times a day. So if you see a great tray around here with food in it, that's from the altar. They have 4 plates, so they have for the plate for each set of deities and one for Srila Prabhupada, our spiritual master. So they offer the food on the altar and then they take it downstairs and transfer it. So the kitchens are downstairs, which is useful, very useful. Close enough to make them useful. Yes, we started at 13 years. That program goes through to 9 o'clock. We have a class
How soon would you change
at
the
7:45. That finishes about 9.
Would you change
And then
the
we breakfast.
That may vary.
And then we go about our daily duties, and then we come together again in the evening and do something. So if you're around and you want to join us, you're welcome.
Do you have your breakfast all together? Or
Generally,
Very bad.
not everyone will have breakfast, because it's families, so they'll have breakfast at home. But the people who live in Temple, a lot of them will come in.
Right.
We have food around the back. It's nice
He thinks she changed the name
so
in
you don't have to
97.
food that
97,
but
So it's somewhere in.
It makes it easier. If you just have to, you don't have to do the cooking and chopping and cleaning up.
Yeah. So sometimes, yeah, so maybe 95.
Okay, so let me just show you.
Somewhere around that time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe 90.
So we have these instruments. This is a mardana. It's a 2-headed drum that you can carry around. It's quite useful. I'll try and play a little bit. Like that. So it's nice because we do quite a lot of singing and dancing. So the 2-headed drum is valuable. So we have also these cartels, these cymbals. Also a nice instrument, useful, you can put it in your pocket. And we have this harmonium here. And this is an portable organ. Originally it came from the missionaries. They went all around India and other places with this. What's useful about it also is that you'll normally people will be learning the music at home, so they'll be practicing at home and playing it. And sometimes if they come to the temple, then the instrument is too high or too low. So what's useful about this instrument is if you're too low, you can move it up, and if you're too high, you can move it down. So that's pretty cool. The only thing is it makes the instrument more fragile. These were made either in Germany or in France. That's where they originated. No? Oh, they're pretty cool. They sell them in the boutique and in the bookshop across the road. So if you want one, you can take one home with you. It's not very convenient for that. A little bit too heavy. So this is altar we made for our spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. This was put here in 1996, the 100th anniversary of his birth. So he was born in 1896. It's made of Indian marble, weighs 5 tons. So the main altar is about 20-25 tons.
Wow.
Yeah. Underneath is a kitchen, and in the middle of the kitchen is a pillar which is holding this up. Just gives a little bit of protection for people. Good. All right. Where did Julia go?
I think she's just gone to maybe get changed or to drop a bag off or just gone back.
Oh.
Ja, ik heb hem even een beetje ontwikkeld. Goed. En heb je nog meer van die bloemen? Oh ja, dat is heel mooi, ja. En dan ga ik nog wat meer stoelen halen. Ik denk dat het best wel veel zijn.
Oké. Deze stoelen zijn echt heerlijk.
Kijk ik hier gaat.
I think we will probably pass the mic.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, okay, so you stay in.
Okay.
Yeah. Isn't it on the screen? I'll need to see the screen, so if I can keep this slide. We have pictures for the screen.
Yes, I've got some photos.
Oh, okay.
Things.
Okay, so we have to organize them.
Yes, I think.
We are going to prepare something still.
Zit je daar lekker?
Hoezo?
Kan ook alleen maar als het buiten zit, ik weet dat je al de voet ergens op steekt en dan nog zit je geen op de vensterbank zitten.
Thank you. We can have one more. Iedereen hier voor de ruggende die loopt nu graag aan de Ja.
Dan heb ik nu eventjes de foto gezien en ik ga je gewoon in alle rust hier zitten. Ja, ik was grappig vanmorgen. Heb ik gehoord met Camilla, die heeft in mijn kamer ontbeten. Omdat ze niet graag aan het publiek met de linkerhand heet, omdat ze dat niet gewend is, dus dan is het toch. En ik wilde er eigenlijk eten brengen. Zeg maar, als je niet met je eten brengen, ik ga beneden. Dus jij bent nog meer valide dan ik ben.
Ja. Hoe oud is zij?
70. Ze is de 70 geworden. Ze valt nog bezig in het
Ik denk daar nog eentje. Misschien is daar nog een beetje plaats van.
Ja, en deze is zo.
Ja, daar is er nog eentje.
Ja. Ik heb net een foto gezien en ik ga er gewoon zitten.
Ja, goed. Time always. Is dat
En nu is dat godzusters natuurlijk.
Het was ook een van de eerste. You were one of the first ones to guide her actually. Ja, toch?
Ze kwam
Dat was allemaal. valt het naar beneden dan, hè? Toch? Of dat nog niet alleen maar als we gaan showen. En iets moois gevonden. Je was vroeg terug?
Ja, we waren prettig klaar.
We waren ontzettend klaar.
Ja, maar goed. Als je het snel vindt.
Gaat het?
Ja.
Toeters zijn handig, je kan er van alles mee doen.
Maar wat is je gestuurd? Dat ben ik nog steeds aan het aannemen.
Dat is zeg maar, dat is van, het is best wel veel. Het was bij mij al 65.
Ja, bij mij gaat het ook even heel lang.
Hè?
Bij mij is het best wel
Ik denk dat
lang.
is 10 minuten denk ik.
Want het is wel een grote stad aan
Ja,
het
het is wel langer. Ja, maar het valt wel mee, bij mij was het een half minuut, maar het niet meer af. Dus toen zei ik zo. En dan,
Oh ja, wat ik een beetje zeg, ik
dus misschien even ergens anders naartoe om
ja,
op te leiden.
Oké, dat zie ik vis vanzelf wel.
Ik hoop dat ze ook zo komen. Kan je die meisjes even dat ze snel komen? Want die vergeten het soms om op tijd te komen. Mooi met een bloem in de hand. Heb je dat gegeven? Die witte bloem? Was het al?
Dat heeft denk ik nooit gedaan. Ik krijg het achter en ik weet het wel.
Is oké zo toch?
Maar je ziet het inderdaad heel mooi. En deze zijn uit onze tuin.
Ja, wel mooi.
Ja. Ik weet zeker dat die vazen van de is. Dat had ik eigenlijk nog aan kunnen besteden. Ze ruiken dit nog wel. Deze bloemen. Hoe wil je er aandacht besteden?
Ja,
Helaas kijk ik daar naar Krishna.
Wonderful. So here we are.
Dat ik naar jou kan zien en niet zo beetje
In
Krishna.
30 minutes, we went perfect.
Dat is een bonus. Nee, maar het is meer kijk Krishna. Die kom je zien.
This is
Dit is
Natuurlijk kijk Krishna.
Ja, maar het waren dus waar je.
Is dat hij ziet dat jij er bent. Dat is het belangrijkste.
Dit is
toestellen, want ik was er niet. Oké. Comfortabel zijn ze niet. Wat? Comfortabel zijn ze niet. Welke stoel? Nou, deze vind ik wel best wel interessant. Ja, die zijn beter dan. Ja, die houten rand waar je dan knelt helemaal je bloed van bovenaf. Maar ja, misschien dat hele ding dan heel stuk was. Nee, dat mensen helemaal weten. Ja. Ik heb haar vandaag maar uitgelegd van deze. Wat er allemaal mis is. Weet je wel dat het echt wel verkeerd was. Maar dat het toch weinig soms een beetje snuffers. Kort in de bocht zijn. Nou, dat ze gewoon niet te zeggen dat ze een doen waren. Dus somebody else said this. Geen malicious persons zijn. Ik heb mijn hand in one letter zijn. Ja, hij gaat dan. I cannot go and check everyone in the management discuss it. That's such a uiteindelijk wel, maar ik zei tegen hem, beslissen is niet iets van een groot persoon. Dus ja, ik heb het wel met hem. Maar ja, ik probeer vanuit mijn kant gewoon een beetje erop te wijzen. Kan niet schelen als mensen een beetje verstoord van raken. Dat zeggen ze wel, so we have multiple people see it. Ja, we moeten gewoon. Ja, want hij zei ja, er zijn zoveel mensen. Dus ik zei van ja, ik zeg het zijn er heel veel, dus het is niemand.
Dus het heeft
Zoals
zoals
ze jou wil, dan kun je er ook tegen. Nee. Zo,
Dus nou ja, dat is goed. Het is heel artistiek, dus ik vond het leuk om garden te maken. Ja.
It's nice and gorgeous.
Give some extra cushions. Give us some extra cushions. You still need extra cushions.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a cushion on top. And it's really.
Yeah, I mean, the PowerPoint is ready, just Vishwa, the video that Vishwa sent to me
We are
has to be downloaded.
Using very uncomfortable chairs.
Yeah, he's gonna,
Yeah.
he's writing converter as well, so I
Okay.
can put it in my laptop.
Okay, good.
So then everything is there.
You're familiar, because no one has the projection.
Yeah, so he's coming. Why do speaker from the
तिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूप कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकम्। आजानुलम्बित भुजो कनकावदातो संकीर्तनैकपितरो कमलायताक्षो विश्वम्भरो द्विजवरो जुगधर्मपालो वन्दे जगत्प्रियकरो करुणावतारो। জানুলম্বিত বাহুযুগল কনকপুতলি দেহা অরুণয়ম্বর শোভিত কলেবর উপমা দেব কাহা। জানুলম্বিত বাহুযুগল কনকপুতলি দেহা অরুণয়ম্বর শোভিত কলেবর উপমা দেব কাহা। হাস্যবিমল বয়ান কমল পীন হৃদয় সাজে। হাস্যবিমল বয়ান কমল পীন হৃদয় সাজে। উন্নত গীম সিংহ জিনিয়া উদার বিগ্রহ রাজে। জানুলম্বিত বাহুযুগল কনকপুতলি দেহা অরুণয়ম্বর শোভিত কলেবর উপমা দেব কাহা। চরণ নখর উজর শশধর কনয়া মঞ্জু
thank my sister Julia and her niece Lucy. Yeah, we don't have a mic, sorry. And now we have a mic. Hare Krishna. Yeah. I wanted to thank Julia, especially coming with her daughter. That's Konmai's niece. And she will begin by sharing precious memories about her dear sister. So if you'd like to come. He can't come till later, Ekachakragram. So. Yeah, sorry about that. He told me that he would, but now he's come.
He has issues at his work as well, so he has to deal with that first.
So is it good to use maybe the other microphone's nice as it.
So I'm just going to read. Okay, is that right? Okay. Okay.
Because it goes on like.
Making sure it stays.
It's right in the middle of my face there. Is that good? No?
No, we have
It has to be closer.
Or put the volume high.
Let's see how it goes. She's making it loud. Try now, dear.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Very good.
Yeah, is that right? Okay, so I was going to just read a short eulogy I wrote for Karuna, and then I've got some pictures and some little videos just to talk about. That's okay. So you can't hear me. Do you want me to talk louder? Yeah. Okay.
You're all there.
Okay.
Don't be intimidated. We really want
No. So, is that right now? Okay.
If you can speak a little slowly, then
Okay. 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 Okay, so Karuna, christened Carol Ann, was born in 1958. The firstborn of 5 children in our family. As the eldest, she was someone we all looked up to. She had the gift for making us laugh and getting us younger siblings excited. At home, she was playful and full of life. Though at school, she tended to be shy and reserved. In her early adult life, Karuna trained as a nurse in Oxford and worked in a hospital there for a couple of years. But it quickly became clear that her life would not follow a conventional path. Driven by a deep sense of justice and a longing for peace, she gave up her job, her flat, gave away all her possessions except a bicycle and her dog. And she joined the Women's Peace Camp at Greenham Common to protest about the deployment of American nuclear weapons on English soil. At Greenham Common, she lived in what's called a bender, a simple shelter made from a bent branch, which was held down at the ground, and covered in blankets and then in some sort of plastic sheeting. And that's what she slept in. She was there for nearly 2 years. She lived around the perimeter of the military base. She and the other women staged non-violent protests, like breaking into the base at night to plant daffodil bulbs along the runway. They would often, they would try to be arrested, but often they were released without charge, as the authorities didn't want to draw attention to the cause. Karuna was part of the movement that joined hands around the entire perimeter of the base, which is over 9 miles long. I joined that march too. One of the most iconic protests against nuclear weapons in British history. From there, her peace work took her to the Netherlands, where she established a peace camp there. She was deported on numerous occasions and just would get the next ferry back.
Eventually, she married her boyfriend at the time, Kasian, mainly because she wanted to get Dutch citizenship so she couldn't get deported anymore. During the First Gulf War, Karuna travelled to the Middle East and joined other activists in Baghdad, staying in a hotel as a human shield to try to prevent bombing. Our parents were beside themselves with worry. There were no mobile phones in those days and no way of knowing if she was safe, but this was typical of Karuna, quietly fearless and unshakable commitment to peace and justice. Back in the Netherlands, she met Krishna devotees for the first time and went to a gathering that changed her life forever. From that point, she committed herself to Krishna. It was a strange transition for our family at first, not easy to understand. But Krishna never did things half-heartedly. She embraced her new life with total sincerity and became utterly devoted to her new spiritual path, making her a bit fanatical at times. I remember at a cousin's wedding not long after, Karuna, surrounded by our very large Catholic family, sat down to a formal reception meal and ate her nut roast potatoes and gravy with her fingers. She was met with astonished looks, but didn't mind. That was Karuna. She never compromised on what she believed was right. She always did things in her own way and in her own time. For Karuna, freedom was everything. Not freedom in the selfish sense, but the deeper inner freedom to live with simplicity, integrity and truth. She didn't value possessions, she valued authenticity. When she first visited Mayapur, she was immediately at home. She loved the sunshine, the warmth, the rhythm of the temple and the sense of belonging. She returned as often as she could, taking temporary jobs in Europe to fund each trip. Later, when our father helped her with a flat in Radhadesh, she finally had enough stability to settle in Mayapur for good. Karuna had always been resourceful. I remember when our younger brother John, aged about 13, decided to run away from home. Karuna, then 17, went with him, not to rebel, but to keep him safe. They spent the night in a local park, but came home the next day when John got hungry. Our mum was furious, but it was typical of Karuna, quietly protective, never dramatic, always willing to do the right thing, even if it wasn't appreciated at the time. Lockdown was a difficult period for her. She was confined to a small apartment with another younger devotee in Mayapur. Longing to be outside, she began to dream of owning land, somewhere she could grow her own food, live close to nature, and work with the principles of permaculture. Even before she bought her land, she started growing seeds in disposable cups on her balcony. She learned about compost, soil health, and sustainable growing. When she finally got the land, she was unstoppable. One of her first projects was building a bridge over a steep gully, probably about 10 foot long. No, longer than that. Maybe 25 foot long, between the road and her land. No one else had ever done anything like it. She hired local labourers and paid them fairly. One of them, Abdal, stayed on and worked with her every day. She had a borehole drilled and a water pump installed to supply water for her land, and started planting bananas, mangoes, aubergines, tomatoes, beans, spinach, carrots. She sent me regular updates, proud of every seedling, every new harvest. She told me that in Mayapur you could grow 4 crops a year. Monkeys would come along and help themselves, but she didn't mind. She said, "They always leave some. I don't mind sharing." Each year she returned to Europe during the monsoon to escape the heat and humidity. She would stay on our houseboat, visit our parents, and spend time here in Bangladesh too. She had promised our parents that one day she would care for them. And true to her word, she came back last September to care for our mother, who by then had severe dementia. Karuna stayed for 5 months being the sole carer, 24 hours a day. giving her full-time care with immense patience and tenderness. Then when she needed a break, I arranged temporary carers so she could return to Mayapur for a month. None of us could have imagined what would happen next. Karuna had always spoken about wanting to spend her final days in Mayapur, to face death consciously, with presence and peace. It was a great comfort to us all that she was able to return to Mayapur in her final days, to be amongst her friends and her spiritual community. She knew she was home, and the next day she quietly left this world. Karuna was a truly remarkable person, compassionate, determined, creative, funny, and completely unique. Her life was shaped by courage and conviction. She followed her own path without apology and gave her heart fully to things she believed in. She didn't need recognition, she didn't need to be understood, she just needed to be free. I am deeply honoured to call Karuna my sister. So can I talk you through some of the pictures? I just need to turn around to see them a little bit.
You can explain the pictures a little bit.
Yes, I just need to turn around a bit. I'll move around. Oh yes, I'll press it down. Okay. Right, this is obviously my mother and Karuna. My mother, who unfortunately passed away a month after Karuna, and we had her funeral last Friday. Yes, two of them together. And this is what Karuna was like. She was very sweet. This is in our first house before she went to school. She's probably about 4 years old here. And that's myself and Karuna. That's my first Holy Communion, and that's her, what do you call it? Confirmation. Yeah, so you see she was cheeky even in those days. Yes. Okay. Right, that was my auntie's wedding, and Karuna was a bridesmaid, and that's my younger sister Patty. Yeah. And that's on a holiday. That's we used to go to the sort of west coast, Torquay, Dawlish, very sort of typical holiday places in the south of England. And this is school days, me and Karuna, and their school photograph, and another one with Karuna there, a very sweet one. A family. This is a family wedding, and Karuna's trying her best to sort of look dressed for a wedding. And oh yes, this. I don't know what that one is. That's a nice picture. I came from a very large Catholic family, and we have lots of cousins, so there were lots of weddings. So these are all wedding pictures. That's my entire family, with Arthur in the middle. Karuna with a big snake. Yeah. This is when she lived in Holland. Yes, and that's when she was on the farm. Yes, and again, nice picture. This is Luba, a Russian pen friend of Karuna's. Karuna was in touch with her for many years before it was possible to travel. And when the borders were opened up, Luba came to visit a couple of times. Oh yes. Can you put it forward a bit because I need to turn my head? If you push it this way a little bit. That's it, okay. So I'd say this was Amsterdam. Okay. Again, more photos of her in Holland. These must have been pictures she sent home at the time. Now this is slightly out of order. This is on her land. People who've been to see her know that she just loved to make things. And she just sent me this one morning that she'd made. She made some rope from some plant or other. Was it? She made the rope.
Was it from
banana. You said banana.
I don't know if this was a banana one or something else, but she made the twine, and then she dressed it in her pink fabric. Yes. And then she did make another one as well. And this just shows her sense of humour. Yes. They're sitting outside in her land. This is her first house she had built, and a shelter she had built as well. And the one in the third one across was a little kitchen area that she had built. Again, there's the kitchen. And, the first thing she needed was some shelter from the sun because it was so hot. Oh yes, it's nice. Oh, this one here, this is at the peace camp. It was only women at the peace camp. She's just come out, this is her bender that she lived in for all that time. Well, she had to keep on changing them because the authorities would destroy them and they had to rebuild them again. So she just come out into the sunshine. And that's the little house she built me so I could go to visit her. But I never got a chance. Karuna's house got flattened one storm, with a storm one night, and this is Abdar's just starting to build the second house. Okay, here's a photograph of it. The one on the right is what it looked like. And when they removed the wall, you could see there's her bed underneath. She was lying in that 5 minutes before it fell down. I think the wind got up, and so she went into what she calls her storm room, which I think we'll see pictures of. Oh, there she is in the dark. Oh, this is just showing this is the storm. Not the storm, but this is just outside her. I think she dug some sort of trench, so when it rained, it could go in the trench. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, is this video? Is it? Yes. Should have micro. Oh no, this one hasn't. She's not talking on this one. That's her water cooler. And this is Abdar and a friend doing the grassroots. So she was so particular about having everything on her land made from natural materials, she wouldn't even allow them to use a single nail. They had to tie it all together with string.
There's a twist from a banana leaf, and here's a plait from the same banana leaf. There he is, and he's still attached to the tree.
This is her bed. After the storm, this is how she slept until she had another shelter. Just outside. She had a flat in Mayapur. She could have gone there, but she just wanted to stay on her land.
So I'm in the cyclone room. This is the shack outside that I built outside, and I'll show you what the cyclone room looks like. I've got a wall that I use as a shelf. Here are my clothes. And on this wall I've got the altar. Everything's hanging up on the beams. I've got a cupboard here, just recharging my light from the solar pack. This is the cupboard. So it's very small, it's about 6 by 5 foot. And there outside they put 4 posts with the sticks on top. That was part of the wall of the old house. Then in between I've put a stick that goes from the cyclone room roof to that shack. And on top I've put a straw mat and just to make some shade because it's 50 degrees outside.
So the cyclone room, this is when she had no other house, so she lived in the cyclone room and outside. Before that, it had brick wall up to about here, with bamboo and so on top, so at least she could be safe in there and know that it wouldn't blow down. The cheeky monkeys. They're dull plants, dull trees. So these monkeys, their tails are 4 foot long. That's 1.2 meters. Oh, this is her dog that adopted her. Every day he would come to see Karuna. She never named him. He just came and sat by her house, and eventually she made him a little a place to be out of the sun. And every day, every evening, he would go off to hang out with a pack. Yes, yes. And one day he brought a lady friend with him. So I don't know what happened after that.
That's all the pictures you sent me.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Hare Krishna.
I would like to, thank you. I would like to read something from a devotee who was friends with Karuna Mai. Her name is Maharani. Oh no, Prabhu's here. Do you want to speak, Prabhu? Right
I would like to listen first.
Okay, I'm quite quick. So she had a friend named Maharani there in Mayapur, and she sent this little message to share with the devotees. I met Karuna Mai almost 20 years ago here in Mayapur, and although we often lost touch over the years, we would always meet again. From the start, I was very inspired by her absolute dedication to the path of bhakti. Even though she lived between Mayapur and Radhadesh, or the United Kingdom, she totally embraced the culture, language, and people of West Bengal. She spoke fluent Bengali and had so many friends among the local villagers who would often invite her to their homes. The local children loved her and would dance with joy when she returned to Mayapur. She also lived a very simple life here. She had a small piece of land near the Ganga where she built a tiny bhajan kutir. She slept outside on the small porch and had no electricity, therefore no air conditioning or anything else that depended on electrical support. She had a well and pumped the water needed for her daily bathing and cooking. She cooked outside on a small fire pit in the Vedic tradition. Her wish was to live like the Goswamis. We reconnected last year when my husband and I moved to Mayapur, and she spent a lot of time with me. We would go for idli, sambar, breakfast most mornings, or she would come to our apartment on her way back from the temple to her little ashram. My husband was still very ill at the time, and she would stay with me for many hours. We would read Srimad Bhagavatam and offer Tulsi Arti in the evenings, a beautiful Tulsi she had brought from her own garden along with dresses and flowers for offering. She spoke a lot about her dear Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami. She was still grieving deeply over his loss. I would make mango lassi for her because she loved it so much, and during mango season, it was pure nectar. I took these pictures the morning we visited her ashram. It was truly a joyful experience to be there. I felt as if we had stepped back thousands of years in time. She had an amazing garden with papaya, mango, and jackfruit trees just starting to grow. along with many other fruits, vegetables, and flowers. It was staggering to see how much she had accomplished there alone, because it can be so difficult to do anything in India, especially in Bengal. She was absolutely fearless, having preached in Bangladesh over many years. I would listen in awe to her preaching stories, a Western woman alone with only one brahmachari to protect her. She distributed over 20,000 japa malas over the years, along with countless books. She visited me in Ireland about 12 years ago, and although it was cold and damp, she insisted on sleeping on the floor. I took her out for sightseeing trips as we lived on the West Coast, but her favorite place was the local shrine of Mother Mary. She came from a devout Catholic family and had a deep connection with Lord Jesus and Mother Mary. It was amazing to see how people flocked to her there as she stood so tall in her pink sari. People could feel her pure bhakti, and everyone wanted to speak to her or hear from her. She would take out her kartals and spontaneously start a kirtan, which was deeply appreciated by everyone who heard her. I never heard her gossip or criticize anyone. You don't really realize that until a person's not there anymore. She never gossiped, but I just took it for granted. Devotees or otherwise, she was always learning Srimad Bhagavatam verses or chanting japa. I thought she was my friend, but she was really my guru as well. Although it was such a shock and sorrow to hear of her illness and passing, it was a very special privilege to be here in Mayapur for her final journey. I learned so much more from her in those hours of her final days than in so many years previously. And now she's directly speaking to Karunamayi. I thank you with all my heart, dear Karunamayi, for your generosity and compassion upon this struggling soul, for being such an exemplary devotee and kind friend. I miss you so very much, and I pray for one drop of your enthusiasm and sincerity. I can never forget you. With gratitude and love from your friend Maharani Devi Dasi. Shall I just do my little slideshow, or do you want to speak first?
I'm here to serve.
Okay, it's very quick, and then I don't have to come. Okay, so you can. Oh, you remember this Radharani in Bristol Center? She used to run a preaching center in Ghent, and in going back and forth, she had a little room in the basement where she would stay. And this is one of the times Radharani came, and we had a little nice laugh. I don't know who took the picture. Do you remember who took the picture, Radharani? Me neither. Somehow it came back to me. Okay, next one. Oh yeah, so she had her apartment, and I remember she told me before, long before I lived in the apartment, that she didn't want children in the apartment. Finally, eventually she got children in the apartment because people were doing service. And then I've been living there, and then there's a little kitty that keeps coming, and I called him Ashabanda because I thought, he's hoping against hope that he can get in the house, but he's never getting in. I even got a little house for him outside. But finally, it's winter, it's cold, so I wrote her and I asked her, can I let him in? And she said, you can have a kitty, no problem. She said, so I'm against pets in the apartment, but I'm making an exception for you. Send me a photo of him. Does he have a name? So I told her the name. And so I sent her a picture, and she goes, he looks well fed. A nice ginger kitty. Hello, Ashabanda. So always very friendly and accommodating. And then she had also had written some exchange with my friend Kamalavati. And one of the things that came up was about, because Kamala, one of the reasons I wanted the apartment, Kamala's like my family, and she and her family come to visit, and they can stay with me. So you can put next slide, please. Oh no, this is, maybe we play this first. This is the children. I asked her, what's going on? She goes, oh, they're just saying hello and being a little silly, she said. Okay, the next one. Oh yes, And then before she, a little while, maybe a month before she passed away, because I had the Prabhupada calendar, and there was a letter to my god sister Karunamayi, so I sent this to her on that day. And she said, oh yes, also Indradumna Swami has a disciple called Kunamayi, and that's why I always sign my letters Kunamayi BCS, Bhakti Churna Swami. We were communicating quite regularly on Telegram. Next one. Oh yeah, so she had mentioned this in her letter to Kamalavati. As Jayabhadra is your mother, I give you my word that I shall never ask her to leave that apartment, even if I'm homeless. She was so kind to me. I mean, I've known her since she joined the movement. And over the years, our relationship evolved. And she told me, oh, you used to be so uptight, but now you're more relaxed because I got to meet my daughter, which I had surrendered when I was very young. So she was always encouraging me in my, she said, now you're not so uptight. I think it was important that you did that. And then she would come regularly. Whenever she'd come to my place and we'd chat. And of course, I loved to give her prasadam. That was nice. And I remember one time I was telling Julia that I didn't know the difference between chocolate and carob for the longest time, but then Kamalavati's mother, Kanchanavali's mother, would send sometimes chocolate, and I discovered chocolate. And I told her I don't eat it very often. I said, I'm not addicted, and she went, I now eat more chocolate than I should. She knew. Is there anything else there? Let's see, I think that might be. Oh yeah, this is nice.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
So she said, this is in our last exchange, and I said to her, who's singing? I didn't recognize her. I said, who's singing so sweetly? And she said, me. I said, I thought it might be you, but it's just so sweet. And this was the last exchange that we had online. And then this picture I got in the beginning. I thought it was a nice way that she's waving to us all. Jai. Karunamayi Mataji Ki Jai. I'm sorry, I thought that was not true. Pardon me.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees and family, right? Whose family? We're all family, of course. But real blood family is like, you are the sister and her niece. Okay. Any other family members? No?
She's the daughter.
Okay. Okay. So I'm very honored to have you here in Radhadesh, and I was reflecting on this occasion, and before I say a few words, it would be very nice to evoke some extra auspiciousness together by chanting some prayers, specifically to purify my own consciousness after having so many meetings, to say something really from the heart. So if you would like to chant along. Om Ajnanati Mirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshuru Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Madovishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Rupa Gadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaniswari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pastyachadeshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So Mother Babrasi was just saying that, oh, I wish I would have noticed this before instead of after Karunamayi leaving this world. Many times the work or qualities or expressions of great personalities are only appreciated to the full extent after that person has passed away. Like great artists, Johann Sebastian Bach, he left his body in 1750, but his music, how many of you sometimes listen to Bach? Somehow I'm a bit addicted to Bach, I'm sorry. His music only became appreciated in the 19th century, so it is quite amazing. Or a great painter like Vincent van Gogh. Yeah. During his life he was poverty-stricken. And when he left his body, then gradually his paintings became so valuable. Everybody appreciated the art of Vincent van Gogh. Or the poet Emily Dickinson. She only wrote a few poems, published a few of her poems during her life, but then her sister, she discovered 1,800 poems of Emily Dickinson's. They all got published and she became world famous as a poem writer. So if we talk about Vaishnavis of the caliber of Karunamayi, then it's a shame that we did not, to the full extent, appreciate all those wonderful qualities that are attributed to her. Like in her name, Karunamayi, Mai means embodiment or energy, and Karuna means very deep compassion. So her name is the servant of the embodiment of compassion. And she really lived up to that name. There are many verses in our scriptures where this word or name Karuna is mentioned. For example, Kapila Muni, he was the son of a very great lady personality, Devahuti. And when Devahuti became alone, like a widow, because her partner, Kardama Muni, he renounced the world, so she was a mother alone. And then she started to ask some advice from her son Kapila Muni. And Kapila Muni gave the qualities of a saint, right? Titik Shava Karunika Surida Sarvadehinam Ajyata Satrava Shanta Sadhava Sadhubhushanaha. Many qualities are described in this verse which are very much linked to Karunamayi. The first one was already touched upon in the talk of Mother Jayabhadra, is Titikshava. Is a sadhu, a saintly person, is tolerant and forgiving. Titikshava means tolerant and forgiving. So living in India, in Bengal, as a lady alone, is very, very difficult. Not only the weather, but the culture, it's just a very difficult situation to be in. And she was very, very tolerant. Karunika, her name, Karunamayi, Karunika, she was extremely outgiving, right? It's the sign of an advanced devotee that when the heart flows over from relishing the relationship with the Lord, you want to spread it. So she was a spreader and a relisher at the same time. Titikshava Karunika Surida Sarva Dehinam. Dehinam means all embodied beings, and Sarva means all, so all living beings. Surida. Surida is a name for a well-wisher or a friend. It's a very beautiful name, like envision yourself that you have a friend that is very close to your heart. And in Dutch you say that, hartsvriend. You say that, no, Saraswati? Een hartsvriend. A hartsvriend is like really somebody you would make statements like we were reading just now, that I would never ask you to leave my house even if I am homeless. That's a hartsvriend. But amazingly enough, we might have one hartsvriend, but a sadhu, a saintly person, has this surit, close to the heart relationship with all living entities. You don't make distinction between friend, enemy, this, that. You would give your life and soul to all living entities. That's a sadhu. Surida sarvadehinam ajjata satrava. And no enemies. You don't have enemies. I don't know anyone who felt inimical towards Karunamayi. Just your emanation, your aura, your being, your personality just breathes in a way that nobody takes any offense. So that's also a very beautiful quality. And Shanta, being very peaceful. So these are qualities that are very, very special. Yashasti bhakti bhagavati akinchana sarva gunas tatra samaste sura. It's said that when you practice this process of devotional service, you are meant to develop such qualities automatically. Also, Karunika is mentioned by Krishna himself in Bhagavad Gita. 12th chapter of Bhagavad Gita all speaks about Bhakti Yoga, about engaging in devotional service. The first 11 verses are about the different levels of spiritual life. But then Krishna suddenly changes the topic and speaks about the qualities of persons that are dear to him. So God says, these are the qualities that actually enamor me or attract me. And also there, it's very beautifully described, Adveshta Sarvabhutanam Maitri Karuna Evacha. This is also so much Karunamayi. First of all, Adveshta means you're not envious towards anyone. There is no envy in your heart. And because you have no envy in your heart, you will never speak ill of somebody, because you don't feel any enviousness. So that's the first level where Krishna says, okay, at least if you want to be dear to me, at least you should not be envious. So we can try that all, not to be envious of anyone. But a level higher is Maitri. You can say, okay, I'm not envious, but then Krishna says, if you are a friend to all living entities, then you are very dear to me. How many of you feel friendly relationships with all living entities? Even the mosquitoes, and the bees and the wasps, in the middle of the night.
She let the wasps crawl on her.
Yes?
She let the wasps
So that's Karunamaya. So just see all living entities equal and have a friendly feeling towards them. For me it's difficult when you're tired and you want to sleep, and at the moment that you almost fall asleep, he says, oh, thank you, my friend, let me embrace you. So usually it's like, okay, what's our philosophy? Okay, philosophy is we have to be tolerant. Okay, let me tolerate.
If he attacks, then he can.
Yeah, if he attacks, then we can, you know. So Adveshta Sarvabhutanam, Maitri, you're friendly to all living entities. We might say that, okay, I'm friendly to everyone. But then Krishna says, okay, but a quality higher is Karuna, be merciful, be compassionate to all living entities. Adveshta Sarvabhutanam, Maitri Karuna Evacha. Nir Mama, nothing is mine. Nir Ahankara, no false ego. All these qualities, Sama, Dukkha, Sukham, Ksami, all Dukkha and Sukha I see equally. Happiness, distress, it's all the same. Krishna says, Yo mat bhakta same priya. Such a devotee is very dear to me. So it's a pity that devotees who are so introvert and who are so deeply practicing Krishna consciousness, that because of their humility, they are sometimes not noticed, right? If you are very, very humble and you're making garlands and you're, doing your puja, or when Karunamaya was here, she would sometimes go in the restaurant and start cleaning things, just because she feels like this is seva.
She would catch all the flies.
Yes.
She had cups, she would take all the flies.
Yeah, she would not kill the fly, she would catch the fly and put it outside. And when she would open the door, 3 flies came in and she would move out 1 fly. So these qualities, dear devotees, for me, it's such a wonderful moment to reflect on them, because in all the qualities that Krishna mentions in this 12th chapter, some of them repeat themselves. And Krishna says, or Prabhupada says in the purport, that sometimes you find repetition in the qualities of the devotees that are dear to me, but that is to emphasize the point that if you claim to be a lover of God, a devotee of the Lord, then you have to develop all these qualities. And to end, something very beautiful is also there, that like you can recognize a tree by its fruits. So if you have a tree without fruits, usually the branches are stuck up, they go upwards. But if you have a tree that is full of fruits, loaded with fruits, all the branches, they will start hanging low, right? First of all, so that you can pick them easily, but it's also signs of humility. So in other words, the more qualities you have, the lower you bow down. That is the nature of a devotee who is advancing in spiritual life. It's not that that devotee starts pushing himself up the ladder and showing himself. Sometimes that happens because of devotees recognizing the qualities of the devotees. But usually, internally, when a devotee grows in spiritual life and reflects, then that person becomes more and more and more humble, which Krishna describes as a sign of knowledge. The more knowledgeable you are, the more humble and modest you become. So I see that very much in Karunamaya. Sometimes she was here already for days and you hardly notice. She's just doing her thing, her bhajan, her reading, her seva, without telling everyone what she's doing. And for me that is a sign of great advancement, because usually when I do devotional service, I always make sure somebody sees it. So real devotional service is you do something and you make sure nobody sees it. So that is the glory of advanced personalities, and Nectar of Instruction is giving us the definition of the highest devotee is a person who never has any tendency to criticize others. Sunyam. It's no, in the heart of such a devotee there is no tendency to criticize others. So we can pray to personalities like Karunamai to also have the strength and the reflection and the introspection that we can also develop such beautiful qualities as Karunamai. Her Grace Karunamai Mataji Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
So this is a letter from His Holiness Bhakti Prabhav Swami. Last week he wrote a letter in honor of your sister, Julia. So he says, please accept my... Okay. He's actually... he was preaching a lot with Karunamai. Julia? He was preaching a lot with Karunamai here in Belgium. And whenever there was a program, she invited him. You can read it. So he says, please accept my humble obeisances, all glory to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for your email. The disappearance of my beloved god sister, Karunamai Devidasi, deeply touched my heart. One morning, last February in Mayapur, I was looking out the window of my room in Ishojambavan, and that is in Mayapur, and saw Karunamai walking on the road towards the temple. I did not know that it would be the last time I saw her. When a few weeks later I heard that she had suffered a stroke and was on the verge of leaving her body, I felt very sad. For many years, she organized programs for me in Flanders. But she also came to programs when I was preaching in England. A few times I went to Brighton for preaching, and one time she was waiting for me with the devotees, chanting the holy name when I arrived. She told me a few times that she visited her sister in Bristol, but actually in Brighton, as you, who was living on a boat on the river, and also her father. And Karunamai was a simple and straightforward soul. When we preached together after the program, I would always ask her for feedback. Her honest feedback was always helpful, and because of her purity, I never felt bad when she corrected me. I never felt bad when she corrected me. She could explain Krishna consciousness in very simple ways, and her faith in Krishna and her spiritual master touched the hearts of others. Karunamai was always humble. When somebody asked her why she had not accepted second initiation, she would say that she still did not feel qualified and wanted a few more years to prepare. She was not after false prestige. Many times I could sense that she was praying to the Lord in her heart. She always felt connected. There is no doubt in my heart that Lord Krishna takes care of her and also blesses her family members, who are most fortunate to have had such a pure soul in their family. These are a few words I can express about Karunamai Devidasi. Just thinking of her gives me spiritual strength. Praying for the blessings of the devotees, your servant Bhakti Prabhav Swami.
We have also related to Nick who sent something we haven't done yet. He's in Western. Who has it?
You have it on the screen?
Yes.
I have it on my computer too.
Krishna, dear devotees in Radhadesh. Thank you for gathering on the occasion of
You have something else?
Yeah, it's coming from.
Yes, you use your computer before.
If the sound on the computer is already up.
Karunamai's memory and also in the presence of Karunamai's sister, I would like to speak a few words. So it's a little hard to say when I met Karunamai for the first time. It's many years ago, maybe around the centennial, so Prabhupada's centennial, 96, something like that. It's rare to have a person, devotee of the UK, who speaks Dutch. She served in Radhadesh in the tour program, reception, book distribution, preaching. She was definitely a preacher at heart. And even many years ago, before I went to Mayapur, then she had a strong connection with Mayapur and even more with Bangladesh. Because for a Mataji to be a traveling preacher in Bangladesh is actually a very daring undertaking. But she had a strong desire to preach. And although Bangladesh is a country with a lot of politics, Muslim influence, riots, violence, etc., her strong conviction that Krishna will protect her, and I would say combined with her compassionate nature and also her missionary spirit, that pushed her in taking the risk to preach in Bangladesh. And once in a while, I would meet her in Mayapur over the last 10 years. And but more recently, because I didn't have so much direct contact with Karunamai, I would meet her because I know her, I would speak a few words, and that was it. Because I had my service and she had her preaching service. So, and even more recently I saw her less because my understanding was that she was taking care of her mother. But due to her connection with Mayapur, she did come back to Mayapur for some months. So then, suddenly in the morning, I heard an announcement that Karunamai was hospitalized, and so then I went to see her in the hospital, and she was unconscious, and so she couldn't speak, she didn't open her eyes. But when I spoke to her, or I tried to speak, make a connection with her, I could sense that she recognized me. So the difficulty was that the owner of the flat, he had found her lying on the floor in her small apartment, and but nobody knew how long she was there in that position. So when there is a brain stroke and they find the patient after 6 hours or more, then the chances for full recovery are slim. In other words, in most cases there is permanent paralysis as a result. So in this case we didn't know, and then she was given, of course, immediately the proper medicines when she came to the Vakilanda hospital, to the community, Mayapur community hospital. And Dr. Suki told me that, look, you know, we are not really equipped for this type of cases. I think it would be better to bring her to Calcutta to give her proper treatment. So then with the ambulance she was brought to Calcutta, and there she was immediately underwent an operation to release the pressure that was there in the brain. So the operation went well, but after the operation we were waiting day after day to get some breakthrough, to get some news that, you know, things look much better now. So it was always, there was not real progress, was not made. So then we started to be concerned, because if you are a member, citizen of the Dam, and then you go outside the Dam to an hospital, that's fine for improvement, but we wouldn't want her to leave her body outside of Mayapur. So then after some time, more than a week, 10 days, then I went to see her in the hospital in Kolkata, and she was not fully conscious, but she was also not fully unconscious. So then I saw her, and she opened her eyes a little bit, and I asked, because they told me she is not able to speak, because she also had we call it, I think, catheter in the throat for feeding something. So that didn't allow her to speak or anything. So then I asked her, first question I asked her, do you recognize me? And if you recognize me, can you lift your right arm? Because her left side was more paralyzed than her right side, or maybe only her left side was paralyzed. So then she immediately she lifted her right arm. And then I asked her, would you like to go as soon as possible back to Mayapur? And she immediately lifted her right arm again. So this is the only communication I had with her. And after that also the nurse, you know, gave me a sign that she's tired and that I shouldn't, you know, stay much longer with her. She was in a very busy room with maybe 8 patients. It wasn't a very big room, but it was very busy. There were like 8 patients and 3 nurses who were there taking care of them. So then when I came back to Mayapur, and I spoke also with Saraswati Mataji, and then the next day we went and said, okay, let's go and see Dr. Suki, because Dr. Suki had previously told us that, look, you know, my role as a doctor is that we have to do the best for the patient. Because we brought up the point already before I went to visit Karuna Mai in Calcutta. Isn't it better to bring her back? Because, we would feel very, very sad, very bad if she would leave her body outside of Mayapur. So, but then at that time he persisted that. So then, after visiting her, coming back from the hospital next day, Saraswati Mataji herself, I don't know if Pushpa Gopal was also there, but then we spoke with Dr. Sukhi, and he was immediately very much willing. Because I was suggesting maybe we can bring her back on Monday, because I think that was a Saturday then, and so I told Dr. Sukhi maybe we can make arrangements for bringing her back on Monday, but somehow or other he said, but why not immediately? I said, what do you mean? Now it's weekend, they're not going to. By the time we reach there, it's going to be Sunday. And he says, let me talk with them. So he talked with them, he suggested that to pick her up immediately, and they were also in favor. Because one of the reasons they were also in favor is because they were afraid that she would catch some disease in the hospital, because there are so many patients, and she was until now she was okay with infections. So then Dr. Sukhi immediately made arrangements, finances, transport, everything was arranged. It went all very quick, very smooth. It was a little mystical how Dr. Sukhi changed actually his outlook to bringing her back to Mayapur. And then she came in that night, and then she was brought into the hospital. She had her own room in the Mayapur Community Hospital. Pushpa Gopal Mataji, one of our friends from Spain, she stayed with her during the whole night, and then the following night she left her body, and Sri Prabhupada was there with the japa, with the Mahamantra, and Pushpa Gopal Mataji was there. So she came back and she left, which is very auspicious to leave one's body in the town after a lifetime of service. Karuna Mai Mataji ki jai, Prabhupada ki jai,
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Yeah. Thank you for allowing me to say something. I said thank you for allowing me to say something about Karuna Mai Mataji. I mean, I came in contact with her many years ago. I think it was the time that she just came in contact with Krishna consciousness via Saraswati Mataji. So then she always impressed me as a very focused and very pure-hearted
very much caring for everybody. I mean, really concerned about every person, very deeply, deeply, really sincerely, and everything that happened to somebody, something which the person was maybe suffering. I mean, it was her suffering. She was suffering with that person. So like every time she was coming, she was spending some time with me, and she was telling me about what happened, and always trying to help me, especially with arranging things, because I had so many things which are kind of out of control, my control. So she was trying to organize things in a way that I will be more free to do things that I have to do, more organized and more systematic. And every time, a lot of stories, whatever she was doing. So then, the first stories which came from my voice, like going to Bangladesh, thinking Bangladesh, And she was telling me in details what was going on there, and I was completely shocked. How is it possible for any person to go through that? And it was each story was so dramatic. I mean, I don't know if all of you heard whatever she was going through, but it was very very unhuman to be able to go through the whole thing and stay determined. So then until the pandemic, I was going every year, and every year I was meeting her, and every year she was, very much welcoming me and very happy and glad to see me and asking how things are going. And then after the pandemic, I didn't go. And last time she came here, she was kind of, what is this? Why you don't come to my airport? So then, it was. I mean, for her, it was every person. She was really, really caring for the person, so it was really amazing. Yeah, she was a very unusual person, totally dedicated, 100% dedicated. In the beginning, it was seems like fanaticism, but actually it was pure. It was completely genuine. Yeah, she's very good,
We can continue.
Yeah. Yeah, so then, this is what I can say about her. She was a wonderful example, and somebody that you don't really think that left. This is what my feeling is. She never left, because she's so present. I mean, at least in my memory, so present. I mean, the impression that she gave and the impression she made on me, it was very. Very much alive, and then I feel like she's alive. In me, she's alive. So that's, whatever she does, it was always very conscious. It was always purpose. There was a purpose behind it. It was very impressive to see. Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, I'm really feeling very grateful to have met her and to spend time with her. She was always arranging the cushions in such a way. It was very scientific, the way it should be. So every time...
You took up from her, the science.
I was trying, it was never coming the same. Nobody could imitate. She was telling me exactly how to do it as a system. Whenever it is open, in case somebody is inspired, these cushions are not completely square. So then there's one side which is open, so the open side should be towards the wall, and then on top of each other, like this.
She also arranged for the cushion covers to be made, and she also arranged for them to be washed.
Okay, yeah.
And one devotee said, first we come and we take darshan of the deities, and then we take darshan of the cushions.
Right.
Because everybody was saying they were so beautifully arranged.
Right, yeah. I remember that. It was really the case. It was taking all the attention, these cushions, this kind of... So every time I see the cushions, I remember Lalasamayi, so that's the... But it's like so attentive, every single thing, so attentive, everything should be nice, and not just with things, but also with people.
So she was relating to everybody very personally, very respectfully. Yeah, just real deep Vaishnava nature. Very wonderful and feeling very grateful to have met her. And yeah, thank you. Hare Krishna.
Actually, Purnamai breathed order and cleanliness into any place that she went. Dina Delta, do you want to say? Did you want to say something? Okay.
She went, mirrors magically disappeared.
Oh yeah, the mirrors, that's right.
No, it's magically disappeared wherever she went.
Hare Krishna, dear family members, Lucy, Julie, internet audience, the Vaishnavas. A few words from my side. First of all, I think that Karunamai surprised us all. While seeing her, I was thinking she's going to live 100 years at least, based on the fact that her parents reached 90 plus, but her bodily type, dry, austere, I was thinking it's kind of, she can go, but interesting enough, she went much earlier, so that must be Krishna's arrangement. Personally, I know Karunamai from 2004, when I came to Radhadesh. I always remember her as a lady in pink. She would always wearing such a saris, and she would always have apron, and she was cleaning. That's something which was her trademark, always cleaning, such an attitude. And I started to interact with her more frequently from 2017. That was the year when your grandparents or parents came with the aim to make particular arrangement for Karunamai's future. So I still remember we were in a restaurant in Govindas. Your parents, Karunamai, Mahaprabhu, you been there? Maybe then Sridham was there. We were team from the college side, and I remember she was eating with finger. And I was just, before that I was thinking, okay, her parents, but they were typical Brits, like a very tight. It was kind of interesting. So that was Karuna's, as you were saying, Karuna's personality, very unique, spiritual guerrilla, always on her own. 2017 and after, I was the one who started to interact with Karunamai on a regular basis. My duty and my task I took upon myself was sending some money to her, and it happened. It happened that at a particular time, I was not so up to date. It was nothing serious from my point of view, but not from her. So, Mataji Abada, you will remember, I was in front of the Mosa. She, what's going on? You were in my case. How it came, there was no transactions. But you were not the only one. Bhakti Prabhu, Swami, and whole community, everyone was informed that we were not executing things which we should. After that, I was making arrangement that transactions are always 3 months ahead. So after that, our relationship straightened up. Indeed. And last summertime I got beautiful presents from her, TOVP coin, and she gave me something else. And one of the last messages I got from her on Telegram. You know why she's using Telegram? Yes, Tibor. Why she's using Telegram? She's spiritual guerrilla. That means WhatsApp is open communication, is not cryptic. And Telegram is cryptic, it's hidden. The message you send is not going to be seen even if it's taken. So she was looking for the alternative way of communication. That's Karunamai. And in one of the recent communication, she wrote me back, and I'm so happy, I shared already with Julia. She wrote me, "You are my hero," with the exclamation mark. So after that we heard that she had a stroke, and Krishna took her. Anyway. family members, you should be proud having Karunamai, and we are all going to derive great benefit many, many years after her. Great example, great story, and Karunamai ki jai, Vaishnava Thakur ki jai. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charo Swami Dinamine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Dinamine. So we've heard many nice things, and I'll make it short. My friendship with Karunamai dates back from the beginning when she joined this movement, and somehow or other I was also there when she left this world, and it was a wonderful friendship. And in the beginning, at that time I was doing a Namahata program in Deventer, where she used to live before she joined, and it was a small Namahata. It was with Ernst and Martha. I'm sure some of you remember them. They also lived here. And then there was Anupam Krishna and Kishore. And there was Bhaktin Lara from Deventer. And we had put up some posters or some ads. And there was Karunamai, came to the program. And so that was the first time we met her. And right from the beginning, she was very, very practical, and I mean, this is one of a very amazing quality. Whenever she would take a decision, she would just execute it, and she would not turn back. She would just do it. It's amazing, an amazing quality. I think many of us, we decide on something, and then we think, well, after some time, but she was, when she zoo, and she was always talking to animals. Even years later, when we used to go on walks in Mayapur Dham, she had so many friends with the animals. She was talking. She had some adopted dogs and cats, and she was always talking with the animals. So she was talking with that big pig, and she one day promised the pig that I will never eat you. And then she said that, but how do I know that it's you? So then she thought, well, that means I have to now become a vegetarian. And so that's how she became a vegetarian, she said. She decided to, so that was it, she became a vegetarian. So, so in this way she continued her life. In many ways, she took these kind of decisions. She always had like, okay, what's the next step? Okay, it's like this. The same for her dress, the pink saris. At one point we met in Mayapur Dham, and I noticed a couple of days that she was wearing pink saris. So I said, so you're now into pink? You're into pink saris? So she said yes, and she explained to me that one day she was just thinking, well, I'm not married, and I don't like white, so what am I going to wear? And she decided, I like pink, so I'm going to dress in pink. And then the next thing, she just bought a few. She told me she had three pink saris, one to wear, one to wash, and one extra. I mean, she was, for a female devotee, she was extremely austere, very renounced, amazing. So she never changed that. She just kept on going like that. And Let me see. As everybody noticed, she was a very innocent soul. Very innocent, and she always acted for the welfare of others. Always. So as you know, like we already heard about her land, I visited her land. During Corona, she felt that she was locked up in the room and she wanted to have a garden. So she somehow arranged to have a garden that was in the place where she had the garden. It is in the Nirdoya area of Mayapurdham. Nirdoya means no mercy. It is the place where Mahaprabhu left when he took sannyas. And Satyamata called this place, because of that, he called it Nirdoya, no mercy. So in that place, near the Ganges, from her land, if you were in the back of her land, you could see the Ganges. And I visited her land, and it was like you visited the hermitage of a sage. You know, it was beautiful, like we read sometimes in the Bhagavatam. It was beautiful, full of beautiful trees and plants, and it's so a wonderful atmosphere. So, as I said, I was there in the beginning, and somehow or other I was also there in the end of her time here. And I remember we were in the Bhagavatam class on the morning when she had her stroke. The day before that, I still spoke to her quite long. And so the next morning, I got this app from somebody who said that, do you know that this happened? So, and then I immediately thought, okay, I must go to the hospital immediately. You know, she's a woman alone, and I felt like, I told Subankar, I said, let's go, we're going, you know, to the hospital. And then I got a phone call from Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu, and he said, do you know what happened? I said, yes, I'm on my way to the hospital. And he also came there a little later. So, yeah, it was for me also like a big test, a big, like, you know, we were constantly worried. We had daily exchanges, Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu and myself, every day, about what is next, what to do next. And we went through this whole process of how to bring her back. And I remember Dr. Suki, it's interesting, he told us, because he's a doctor, he's dealing with people in the Dham all the time. You know, so he told us that his experience was that if someone is determined, if someone really wants to leave their body in the Dham, then Krishna will arrange for it. That was his, you know, philosophy, because otherwise, can you imagine if you're a doctor in the Dham, then if you're only going to think how they can leave the body in the Dham, then, you know, so. But as Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu said, that at a certain moment, it went all very fast, and I was personally very worried because I was coming back to Holland, and I was thinking, how can I just leave her here, you know, if she needs care, I was feeling not very happy. And then, when we were still in Calcutta, before we left, then I saw the pictures of when she had returned by Krishna's grace to the Dham, but I saw that she looked extremely exhausted. And then I thought it may be that Krishna will just take her back, you know, any moment. And exactly that's what happened. The next is what I heard, she had left to the spiritual eternal sky. So, Karunamai ki jai. So it's a wonderful life spent in preaching, very exemplary, and many nice qualities to be studied. Hare Krishna.
Haribo.
Hare Krishna. So first of all, I would like to thank Julia, because these memories that you shared of your sister before she became a devotee clarified a lot of things for me. I always thought, why is she going to Bangladesh and Mayapur to preach when she has such a wonderful facility for preaching here? She was very good at preaching here, in Dutch, in English. So she could preach as much as she liked in a very comfortable place like Radhadesh, but she chose to go a lot to Mayapur and to Bangladesh, of all places, Bangladesh. I was wondering, why is she going to Bangladesh? But now that I heard all her previous adventures and going to Baghdad or Iraq, and to go to very dangerous places in very dangerous circumstances, from what I heard, she had that in her, to go to the challenge, not to stay in a comfort zone and stay in a beautiful place like Radhadesh. So that kind of clarified a lot why she was going to Bangladesh. That's her nature. I didn't have so much interactions with her, not because we didn't see each other. We were both preaching here in Radhadesh. I was doing guided tours in French, she was doing in Dutch and in English, so we crossed each other a lot. But whenever I kind of tried to start a conversation with her, I would feel that she was very sober. And she wouldn't go very far in conversations. I don't know if she was strict like that with all the men. I guess she was quite strict with men. Maybe with ladies a little less, but with men she was quite strict, so there wasn't that much exchanges. And I could feel she was not frivolous at all. There was no kind of gossip or you know, what we say prajalpa in our language in ISKCON. And but I felt a connection because we both had this desire to preach a lot and kind of focus. So even though we didn't have too much exchanges, there was a kind of understanding that we were doing something similar. So there was a good connection there. And so you know, for many years we crossed each other a lot in the castle preaching. Of course, in the last few years she was more and more in the non-comfort zone than in the comfort zone, but she would always like to come back because, of course, Radhedesh is a beautiful place and she liked it very much. But maybe it was too comfortable for her, so she needed to go back to Mayapur and Bangladesh. So that for me was quite, I never understood why she was going to Bangladesh, but now I understand. From very early she went to where no man dared go before, where no woman dared go before, she would go. And so, you know, my remembrances was of a very serious, focused person, you know, in what she's doing, no matter what it was, whether it's the cushions or giving a guided tour or going, you know, in preaching, in different activities. She was very focused. And like she had no time to waste. You could always see her, she was like going very, you know, fast to her service place of her activity. I don't think she was so much sitting down and talking for hours and, you know, wasting time and all these kind of things, which many of us like to do, talk about the weather or politics or this and that. I don't think she spent any time in these frivolous discussions. And at the same time, I didn't feel that she was fanatic. It seemed like she was like very strong and serious and strict, but it was heartfelt, it was real. Some people might not have felt it like that, but I felt that she was focused and determined to do her seva, and in this way there was a kind of, you know, appreciation, even though we didn't exchange too much, you know, discussions and words. So I'm very happy to have known her and served alongside her in Radhedesh in the preaching program, and I'm touched by all the things she's done in her life as a devotee. And before she was a devotee, she was like a real spiritual activist to do the right thing. So she did the best thing. She served Krishna and she went back to Godhead from the Holy Dham. So she's, you know, in very good hands. So I want to thank her very much for her association and all the devotees that knew her for sharing their memories. And also your memories, they are very important because the life of devotee comes much before they join the movement. Joining the movement is like a kind of crucial moment in their life, but before that they were already looking for God in many ways. They were looking for the right thing to do. So Karunamayi ki jai, Hare Krishna.
So Hare Krishna, everybody. I was very happy to meet Julia, Lucy these days, and they are so lovely. And I feel very much blessed actually to be here. And so I wrote a few things down, and I hope it's not too long. But a few things I would like really to say before I will read my own letter, because my friend Amala Bhakti Mataji, she got, when she was in Vrindavan, she was doing the parikrama, and suddenly she got a telegram from her spiritual master, Mahavishnu Swami, and actually they had spoken with Karunamai, and so he said in the telegram, Karunamai is arriving in Delhi. So you have to go and pick her up and bring her to Bangladesh. So I'm going to read it now, what it is. So it was Amala Bhakti who got a message from her Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Mahavishnu Swami, that Karunamai would arrive in Delhi on the airport. So Amala Bhakti brought her to Vrindavan. And there, somehow or other, there was an arranged trip to Jaipur, because they arrived to this Vrindavan, but her spiritual master's bus was, going to Jaipur was just there, and it was just on that moment that they arrived, she heard, oh, her spiritual master is going somewhere else now, so how's going to happen? And the bus was already standing on the Bhaktivedanta Swami mark. That day, trip was arranged by her spiritual master. She heard that when she arrived in Vrindavan, and she got directly on board. It was last-minute boarding. So without any material consideration, she left all her luggage with Amala Bhakti and went with the bus to Jaipur. It was a day trip. So the plan was written in the telegram that my Amala Bhakti would bring her to Bangladesh. That was the instruction. And so that evening, she waited for her, because the bus was coming back very late. So she was waiting with the bus to come, that she would come back from Jaipur. And then in Vrindavan, then they actually got back, of course, and then she brought her to sleep in her house. So in Vrindavan, Amala Bhakti had a room, and Karunamai did not know where that room was. And she waited in front of Prabhupada's Samadhi, where the buses would return till really late in the evening. There was no other way than waiting. So yes, this was quite an adventure and responsibility. And from Vrindavan, they went with a train to Calcutta. And yes, because they had no ticket yet, and the train was already coming, Karunamai insisted they would go third class, going with the animals. So... But Amala Bhakti said, no, we can go to second class. We go just in, and then, we will pay there. No, she said, I want to go with the third class. I want to go with the animals. So she was humble and did not want to take a risk. And finally, she agreed. So, and they could pay in the train, and it was all right. So when they arrived in Mayapur, Amala Bhakti told to Karunamai, I cannot go with you to Bangladesh. So it was not really, she didn't want to go further. Somehow it did not feel right for her to go more, because it was for her, So then Karunamai said, I will find somebody. And yes, one of the following days she found a group of young brahmacharis. They went to Bangladesh, and she could go with them. And so that was her first time in India. She was so determined that somewhere or other she wanted to go and to reach Bangladesh, because that was the instruction. So So this is the letter which Amala Bhakti said herself. In 1998, 1990, during Brajmandal program, I received a telegram from my Guru Maharaj with the instruction to go to Delhi airport and pick up Karunamai Matiti. It was her first time in India. I was instructed to bring her all the way to Bangladesh. It was quite a sacrifice to leave the Parakan and travel by train across India with her. When we finally arrived in Mayapur, I decided not to take her further. My Guru Maharaj was upset. You couldn't even bring her to Bangladesh? And somehow Karunamari, with her determination, found a group of Bengali brahmacharis who allowed her to travel with them to Bangladesh. I heard she was like the Mother Teresa of Bangladesh. The last time we saw each other in Radhadesh, she was so happy and light-hearted and very lovely. She greeted me with jolly enthusiasm. I was surprised but happy to see her. May she be blessed by Gaur-Nitai's mercy. Thank you, Karunamai Matiti, for sharing with me the wonderful pasan of traveling across India with you. Sorry, I left you in Mayapur. So that was... this is... Mahavishnu Swami was preaching in Bangladesh, and that was already from, in the 1990s. And so when he saw the enthusiasm of Karunamai, he could understand she is the right person to also go there, and she was attracted to this kind of way of preaching and outreach. So I will only, the night that Karunamai, when she left her body, I directly started writing a little thing to say, for her and for. So it is quite short, I hope. I also want to do the condolences to the whole family of you, all your brothers and sister. And the rest of the family, that with all what you have gone through, that you get a lot of strength and So this is just the night before. I was very sad to hear that my dear friend Karuna left. I was very sad to hear that my dear friend Karunamai left. The last few weeks, she was constantly in our minds. In our prayers. Her life was one of giving the holy name to so many. In Bangladesh, she gave thousands and thousands of malas to local villagers. For many years, she went there. A picture of how she washed all those malas in the Ganges. Can you show maybe this picture? A picture of how she washed all those malas in the Ganges is near Srila Prabhupada's Murti in the temple. This is the picture. She was washing all the malas in the Ganga, then after she went to Bangladesh. Also other pictures of villagers who started to chant japa. We put this evening. Karunamai was unpredictable. Suddenly she was there in my house, eating our cheese and jam. Bread, baked bread with cheese and jam. We were happy she ate all. She loved baked bread with cheese and jam on top. She had a Namahata in Deventer before, and she is extremely organized. She is my cleaning guru. She helped us a lot when our kids were very small. Then later, every year, she came. But then she stopped because when the kids were a little bit bigger. Then she stopped helping. She said, I see, now you can do it. And she had trust in me, and that always when I was cleaning, I was like, oh, she has trust in me. I can do it, although I'm not really like that so much. So it's like, sometimes I feel her behind like, okay, you have to do it now. So when I clean, I still remember. She told me that once she cleaned her sister's house but because her mother and father would arrive in an hour, they pushed everything under the bed and under the carpet. And she was really laughing, like, doing like everything went under. That was really funny how she told that. We were laughing a lot together. She told us also we should come to Sridham Mayapur. She was insisting we should come and saying she would guide us. And she was showing us all the places on Google Maps. So she was really, like, you have to come there, and then you go sleep there. And so Karunamai followed fasting on Ekadasi, often without drinking water. She was just two times a month. She preached here in Ghent. His Holiness Bhakti Prabhav Swami came also often to Ghent. She organized the programs there, meaning that she would travel a lot, from Radhadesh to Ghent and also other places, to Oostende, to Liège, to Leuven. There were also other places. In the summer, Karunamai would catch, that we know already, all the flies in the devotees' kitchens, but also all the flies in the temple. She catch them in a jar and went outside and left more than 50 flies out.
50?
Yeah, that Kanai told. Kanai said that. Yes, she did like just bloop, bloop. So, and it went like that, many after each other. She wanted to come this summer to Radhadesh. She told me she wanted to see me. We wanted to be sure we would meet, because somehow last summer I was in Slovenia. I don't know, mostly I was there, but the last I was not there. For 4 or 5 weeks she was here, and so just in that month she came, and so we missed. So Krishna was preparing me. She told me 5 weeks ago that she just had bought a device where she could hear Srimad Bhagavatam, the holy scriptures. She had bought some kind of device where she... So she was relishing that a lot, the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Bhagavad Purana. And she also wanted to buy deities, big Gauritai deities, for when she would go back to England, that she can take care of the parents, but also have the deities. But somehow this is not happening. Lord Chaitanya, Gauranga took her back to his lotus feet, and leaving us behind. I cry, but why? Yes, we miss her. I want to talk to her, be with her. But Lord Chaitanya has other plans. But we are amazed by the plan of the Lord, but we will miss her very much. So yeah, I will miss her very much. She's so dear to me, and I'm very happy I met you, So, dear Karunamai, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Bhakti Chadur Swami, all glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai, Karunamai ki jai. I will miss you, your friends and servants, Suryakanya Devi Dasi. Yes, there's so much more to tell. I had also very small things also still, because how the way she put tilak, with this little cloth, she make like a tilak, so I went upstairs and she said, I have to show you something. And then she showed me how she puts her tilak. It's so sweet, because she did, her tilak looked not like mine. Her tilak looked, always very straight. You told me also that she took also always a lot of time to dress. Yes. She took her time. Yeah. So there were a few pictures I want to show also, because the first time, maybe the one for the Radhedesh, this one, first. When I came back to, I had my first pregnancy. It was a Kaisersnee. How is that in Caesar section? Cesarean. So then, actually, when I came back, she was waiting for me here, in the hallway. And so we made the picture, and she gave a japamala also to Radhesham. So it was so beautiful. Yeah. So that picture, and then after, she said, now you have to put baby near to Prabhupada. She was instructing. So we put Radhesham near Prabhupada. There are also still a few more pictures. These are actually all pictures of just like this. That's Rupa Sanatan temple. That's the temple where she preached. Where she went also to in India. Oh, and there are cows also there, you see. And yeah. And then that's all in Bangladesh. This is in Bangladesh.
Is that in Lankawi?
I don't know the place because it was not on the back of the picture. I don't know. So, and maybe on that one, but I don't know. And then here are all her, students. All her students who got Japamalas in Bangladesh. Somewhere other one day, she said, I don't want to have pictures anymore. She put all her pictures there in this. And then I said, okay, but I will keep them because she didn't want to have all kinds of pictures to travel around. And then was very happy to have the pictures. So, Guru Ramai Mataji ki jai. Gaura Premananda Haribo. So we have a little song to sing. I think still. We sing still. It's here. It's here.
So we're going to sing a song that I traditionally sang after a devotee passes away. It's talking about the feelings that we have of love and separation.
Oh, it's there on the screen.
And
you have the translation on the screen or not? Maybe one by one.
Can we pass up the song? It's on the screen. Also, you have it on the screen, but it's very small.
It's very small. Okay. So here we go to put.
But you read the translation first.
Oh, sorry.
Nice and clear.
Sarpasada Bhagavat Viraha Samhita Vilapa, lamentation due to separation from the Lord and his associate. She who brought the treasure of divine love and who was filled with compassion and mercy, where has such a personality as Srinivas Acharya gone? As Karunamaya gone? Where are my Swarup Damodar and Rupa Goswami? Where is Sanatan? Where is Raghunadas, the savior of the fallen? Where are my Raghunath Bhatta and Gopal Bhatta? And where is Krishnadas Kaviraj? Where did Lord Gauranga, the great dancer, suddenly go? I will smash my head against the rock and enter into the fire. Where will I find? Where did Karunamai, the great preacher, suddenly go? The great devotee. I will smash my head against the rock and enter into the fire. Where will I find Lord Gauranga? Where will I find Karunamai, the reservoir of all wonderful qualities? Being unable to obtain the association of Lord Gauranga, accompanied by all of these devotees in whose association he performed his pastimes, Narottam Das simply weeps. Ye anila premadana Gurunaka prachu Ye anila premadana Karuna prachu Kota Gela Acharya Thakur Hey no Prabhu Kota Gela Karuna Prachur. Kamara Bata Yuga Kakabira Eka Kale Kotagela Gorana Tara Kotagela Gorana Tara Pasane Anale pasibo pasneku tibo mata Gauranga gulera nidhi kotagela phabo ye anila premadana karuna prachu hey no prabhu kotagela acharya se sabasangira sange ye kaila bila se sabasangira sange ye kaila bila se sangana phaya gande narota madas se sangana phaya gande narota madas ye anila premadana karuna prachu premadana karuna prachu hey no prabhu kotagela Jaya Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj 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 Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Srila Prabhupada Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Haribo 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 Nitai Gora Haribo Nitai Gora Haribo 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 Nitai Gora Haribo Garuda Mai Mataji Ki Jai. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Gaura Premananda Hari Bo. Thank you for everything, Garuda Mai. Hare Krishna, thank you for everything, Prabhupada. We can all offer some petals to, we have petals actually we should do here. It's Lucy was picking them. Huh? We were picking the flowers. We can.
Vishnupadaya Na नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vashadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vashadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vashadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Hare Krishna, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Gurudeva, Jaya Gurudeva, Jaya Gurudeva, Srila Gurudeva. Jaya Gurudeva, Jaya Gurudeva, Jaya Gurudeva, Srila Gurudeva. Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur. Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur. Shri Radha Gopinath ki, Shri Prabhupada ki, Shri Gurudev ki, Gauranga Mataji ki. Kan je de foto pakken en zo als
veel opeten. Als je opeten. En wat is juist het omgekeerde? Een beetje eten, hè? En een avond bijvoorbeeld heel
Blanket. And sometimes when Maharaj